Okay. Time for a magical journey through Godot multiplayer. Oh, hey, Saribot. Dig in this a little bit. Okay. What? Right. So today I'd like to mess around with Godot multiplayer stuff. Godot 4 has like a new scene replication system, synchronization system, whatever. It made multiplayer easier. So I want to play around with that today. I haven't touched any of it yet. Hey, Dragon Cat Man, how you doing? Ooh, headless. Okay. Uh, is... Just gonna throw together a quick script for running this with a script. Start up the server, because like I think we can only have one instance of the game running under the actual UI for the editor, so we're gonna have like a separate thing that should actually run our program. Oh, main scene. No. Okay, yeah, that's expected. I just created the project. I haven't actually done anything yet. Hey, Girlson, how you doing? Let's make a new 3D scene. Funsies. Add a camera and a mesh instance. Ow! And a mesh instance. With the volume a little bit. Can you all hear the music? Oh, that looks like it's super quiet. All right. So I did actually go through and normalize the volumes for all of the different Kevin MacLeod audio tracks, so we should have consistent music volume throughout most of the stream. Can you hear it now? You should be able to hear it now. It's pretty loud. Hey, John Weddington, how you doing? Finished the first real session of my new superhero game. Oh, awesome. Congrats. Cylinder. Sure, cylinders are cool to look at. That's the only thing that you're going to be able to do right now, is look at the cylinder. Call it main. And we have a cylinder. Alright, we still need a light in the scene, because it's just dark. Actually, you know what? The music sounds, kind of loud for me. Okay. Light. Throw in a directional light. Boop. Rotate. And how's it look now? Great, awesome. The way I pronounce MacLeod. But I'm pretty sure that's... Hang on a second. Yeah, so that's how they pronounced MacLeod in Highlander, and they spelled it that way. The main character's name in Highlander is Connor MacLeod, so... Hey, Nova! Hey, Squarepog. Squarepeg. Oh. Squarepeg here. Wait, where'd my water go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Ah! I have to hydrate redeems. I can do them right there. But I am also just thirsty right now. Also, we have a new emote today. Oh, maybe not. There should be a new emote for followers. There should be... yeah, okay, it's there. I'm not following myself, so I can't use my own emote. What the heck? Whatever. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, so now we can all show some love to Thor every time he comes and interrupts the damn stream again. I love that cat a lot. He's a dork. Alright, cool. Well, we can actually run the server now. We haven't actually added any multiplayer code, or any code for that matter yet, but we're gonna get to that. Patch script. I'm gonna call it main. Okay. Let's see. So I haven't actually read any of this before starting the stream today, which I probably should have done. So what I'm gonna do, you can see I've selected the compatibility renderer here for a reason. So I'm gonna make a game. I'm gonna try to make a quick game project, or as fast as I can over the course of the stream. That is a web-based multiplayer game. And I've done this before with Godot 3, and so this should be even faster in theory. In theory. In practice, who heckin' knows? Okay, first let's figure out if we're running headlessly. I think that's what we're looking for. It's gotta be a way to tell if we're running headlessly, right? Am I using Godot 4? Yes. Oh, 4.1? No, I'm not using 4.1. I'm just using 4.0. 4.02. 4.0.2. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna modify this. Put -- server on the end of that, and then we're gonna make a arg get command line args. There we go. R is server. Cool. What's the syntax for that? In 4.1, they added multi-monitor support. Oh, fantastic. Not super relevant to what I'm doing, so hopefully that won't be a big downgrade. But os.x line args or arg in args. We're just gonna check to see if any of them are -- server. We're gonna do like the most bare bones argument parsing here. Okay, that ought to... Oh, function exit is not... okay. Let me do like os.exit. Nope, that's... Search help. Why... Every programming language should just have an exit thing that's like at the base scope, you know, or at the like the main scope. It's kind of important to just be able to just exit the program, you know? How do you actually quit a Godot program? Quit? Is it close? Is it... Oh, scene tree.quit. Okay. Alright. Is that it? Can I just do that? Is that gonna work? There's no get scene tree there. I forget how to get the scene tree. Get tree. There we go. Okay, gettree.quit. See what happens. That is not what I expected to happen. Unknown R. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, there's some extra things going on in there. There's TMD line user args. Okay. That should work. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so I think this won't work when I try to run it. I think it's gonna... Yeah, okay. Like... that. There we go. Awesome. Okay, now we know the difference between the server and the not server. Let's see. Coming back to the documentation. So we have to make a, what was it? Mid-level abstraction, blah, 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 blah. Networked multiplayer peer. So we're going to do like the WebSocket. Music getting really loud again. I fix that. Maybe it's just like, maybe the range is actually just too much. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're not gonna use the ENET or the UDP stuff. We're gonna use the WebSockets. So a WebSocket multiplayer peer, and we're gonna create a server. So, actually, do we need to? Is that a static function? Do I have to make the peer thing first? Oh, I guess we'll find out. Is that too loud again? Ah, sorry, I'm really fighting with the audio level here. Okay, that sounds better. Also, John Weddington, the kind of calls an non-static function create server. Okay, make an instance instead. All right. Anyway, yeah, it's a Python-like thing, so you don't have to end the loop. It's just indentation based. Okay, and then, oh yeah, so create server returns an error message. So, so as long as we don't get an error from that, then we're fine. And then the peer object is what we're gonna be using. So yeah, so create server, that's gonna return an error, and the errors can be okay or literally anything else. So oh, hey, Enlin. Actually, there's like an error reporting system that we should be using, isn't there? Like push error? Yeah, push error. Also, we should probably still look up the server. Port, bind address, and a bunch of like random options. So port, let's just come up with a number. 7097. Sure. Oh, also, we have to do that with the player peer object. And that should be enough. Oh, that should be enough to get us, like, a server running. So we're going to say if we're running the client, we want to connect to that. Let's see what the create client stuff is. URL, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. Create client. And then I have to figure out, like, how WebSocket URLs work. I think it's something like... I'm just going to hard code it right now. That? I don't know if this is actually doing the connection right now though. So anyway, we're gonna give this a little whirl. So first we're gonna check to see if it runs. It runs, which means that it's not trying to connect automatically. Create client, blah blah blah. Press a new multiplayer client connection given the URL, blah blah blah. TLS certificates, blah 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 blah. Alright, let's try this. So it shouldn't print connected. It did print connected. That's weird. We're not even running the server yet. How is it connecting? I don't have anything else going on that port. I think? It should definitely not think that it's actually connected by this point. I guess stuff could just be broken. Unless, oh, do we just have to, like, check for... Oh, we probably have to, like, pull it or something. Yeah. I'm gonna do something really, really, really cheap. Do not do this in actual production. That was here. Connection status, disconnected, connected, or connecting are the three statuses. Shoot, what was that again? Connection disconnected. Okay. Yeah, let's actually put this down here. This, I don't... Something bad happened, and I don't know what. Okay, so if we're connected, then we're going to break out of the loop. Again, this is a really, really cheap way. It's basically just an infinite loop until it... Oh! Ah! Oh! And one random misclick. And, oh boy. Thanks, OBS. Good job with that one. And locked. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Just a little bit of minor scuff to keep things keep things interesting. Okay, so we are either going to disconnect, spit out an error message, or we're going to keep, or we're going to wait, or we're going to connect and then break out of the loop. So we should run this, and then it should exit with that error. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a lot of... It's printing out the error and then it's not quitting. Okay, maybe we have to break out of that. And anyway, okay, there we go. It still thinks it connected, but there. We'll just put that in there. Okay, great. So it is unable to connect to the server. Awesome. That is what we anticipated there. Now let's start up the server. And now let's try connecting. And it failed. Oh. Nothing seems to have happened on this side. Did I screw up? Do I not know how WebSocket URLs work? I thought it was something like that. Maybe we need to make the bind address like that. Turn the volume down yet again. Okay. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, so we didn't get any errors there. So I think if there were errors there, like, here, let's just try mushing garbage in here and seeing if it spits out an error at that point. What do we get? What do we get? Nope, couldn't connect to server. Okay, so this URL could just be badly formatted because maybe I don't know how stuff works. All right. Godot web sockets create client. I must be doing this wrong. I'm doing okay. Trying to figure out why this ain't working. Oh, is there a... Oh. Wait, that's Python code. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Is there any example code that I could go here? It's gonna be a real short or real long stream if I can't figure out how to do like a basic connection on. I don't know what this is. Oh, what we got here? We got a... so this is with the eNet multiplayer stuff. So it creates a... the multiplayer peer, creates a server, blah, blah, blah. This one creates the client. And then it fails to... No, I'm not going to be using that. That was just some documentation for that I stumbled across while trying to figure out my problem here. Am I just like WebSocket URL formatting? Yeah, it's WS slash, oh, slash socket. Or slash something, right? It's not just a port, it's like... Wait. I have to, like, create the WebSocket thing at a specific, like, port number? Or, I mean, at a specific, like, address? All right, let's look at how I did this back in. I did because I've had this working before, but I had it back in Godot 3, so I'm gonna see how it worked back then. Wait. Oh, okay. It used a totally different interface back then. It looks like. WebSocket. Try that again. There we go. GameManager.gd. Let me embiggen this. So this is like I said a really old project that I did. Oh yeah, there's the WebSocket URL right there. And there's a bunch of stuff about like how to connect to. I had it running on like my web server also. I feel like the music is too loud again. Turning this down. I keep having to turn it like down, not up ever. Oh, I wonder if it might be the script that I'm screwing up, or that I screwed up the playlist. Anyway. There's this like .listen command. I don't know if that's something we have to do. UDP server and TCP server have listen, but the Godot, like, the multiplayer client stuff doesn't. That had /WS app. Oh, that's because I used like WebSockify for my server. See it. This is what I'm worried about right now. This is for like if I'm testing on my own machine and not using the actual. This is for if you're using the actual web server, and then this is if you're using, if you're testing locally. So what we're doing right now is testing locally. So we need to do that. So yeah, let's see. There's the TLS options thing. It looks like I actually feed it in an empty array there. There, here, blah blah blah. Yeah, the TLS server options. It's set to null there, but oh, that's for a bunch of like. Hopefully, I don't have to deal with that because that's all like SSL stuff. Actually, I wanna see something really quick. So here's my server running right here. Let's just try connecting to it. Yeah, so it like Netcat can connect to it, and then it's like not doing. It's not. You're spawning. That's super heckin' weird. Oh, I know what's going on. Not polling. I bet that's it. I bet like $1, that's it. I'm not actually betting $1, that was a joke. Ah, there we go, connected. Bam. Figured it out. Yeah. All right, we're done. Ship it. No, just kidding. Yeah, now we need to actually, like, make a game, and ow! Rude. Now we need to actually make a game. Hi, P-Scal, how you doing? Okay, so we've done the bare minimum. We've actually forged a connection here. So let's now just make the rest of the game. You know, draw the rest of the owl, right? Scene replication. Okay, the multiplayer spawner node to configure where nodes can be remotely instantiated by which peer. And the multiplayer synchronizer node to configure which nodes can be synchronized by which peer. Wait. Instantiated by which peer and synchronized by which peer. Okay. That all looks fine. Our basic scene tree that we're looking at. Synchronizing properties. Add a multiplayer synchronizer to our object scene and configure it to sync some of its properties. You know what? I kind of want to worry about the multiplayer spawner first before the synchronizer, so that we can actually like create objects. Replicating dynamically instantiated nodes across peers, including when joining mid-game or reconnecting. It boils down to following multiplayer spawning properties: spawn path, auto spawn list. Automatically replicated when added as a child. Okay, defines the scenes to be automatically replicated when added as a child of a spawn path by... Okay. The auto spawn list defines scenes to be automatically replicated. Okay. When added as a child of spawn path by the authority. Okay. Oh, hey Thor. Yeah, you know what to do. We have the new Thor emote in there for a reason. Thanks, Nova. Look, Thor. Look. Look, they're rooting for you. They're calling your name. The audience loves you. Or, well, Nova does. Okay, Thor's being non-disruptive right now, so... I really do need to get a cat cam for every time Thor comes to interrupt the stream, because he's so heckin' cute. Okay. I like cats too. Cats are good. Okay, spawning players. Here we get the actual tutorial part for it. Player characters we usually need to transfer part of the authority over to the do we? Whatever. How is the actual like node hierarchy? Okay, so we have a... Maybe I shouldn't skip over the tutorial. You know what? Let's just figure this out. Let's just do it ourselves. We're gonna do it live. Yeah. Alright, stop this. Stop that. I guess we'll make a player spawner. Okay. Oh, it's got the little exclamation point. What? Why is Thor getting kicked out? What? Oh. Thor has been removed. Hang on a second. Let me check on something really quick. All right, crisis averted. Well, I mean, there was never a crisis. Zoop, we're back. Arrested for being too horrible. No! No, okay, so, very, very, very reasonable set of circumstances there. Sabine was making a bunch of noise in the kitchen and, wanted to close the door to the room, but then also wanted to take the cat out so the cat would still have access to, like, you know, the poop box and things like that. So, Thor has been unfortunately removed from the room for the sake of access to the poop box. The poop box, not the poop itself, the poop box. Okay, valid node path must be set in the spawn path property in order for the multiplayer spawner to be able to spawn nodes. Say that like 50 times fast. I guess we'll just make a node and then have that be the thing with the stuff, right? Spawn path node. Okay, well, we set the node path. Why is it still like that? Do we have to also set the auto spawn list? Interesting. What if, like, increase the spawn limit? Add elements? No? Why there's still this little thing here? Huh. I think Godot is gaslighting me. Or there's a bug. Well, let's find out. Okay, so let's just make a... Let's just go ahead and make a new test scene really quick. New scene, test, blah, 3D scene. Okay, create a mesh instance. Have the mesh be to not that. Have it be, let's do a cube. New tube trail mesh. When did they add all these new shapes on a box? Okay, box acquired. Okay, so we made that, and then we go back to the main scene, and then we'll just load that up. Oh, first we should save it. Right? Yeah. Alright. So, if we're running the server, we're going to go ahead and just immediately create something right there. So, we're going to create it right under the multiplayer spawner inside the node thing. So, add child new thingy. What's new thingy? New thingy is code stand. That's a new way. Right? Okay, so when run on the server. Second. Ow! Ow! Oh! Ow! Oh! My tail! Oh! Oh! Model M's are great until they fall on a valuable part of you. Ow! Oh goodness. Oh goodness. It's fine. It's fine. I'll survive, probably. Ow. Oh, wow. That is a hefty keyboard. Anyway, as I was saying, everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Bam. That actually shouldn't work. Makes use of tabs and spaces for it. Who would do such a thing? Alright. My hand tracking. Hand tracking. Oh. Oh, hand tracking. No more hand tracking. Wow, we're just all kinds of stuff today, and I didn't even want to work on the multiplayer or the face tracking stuff. That was going to be even more stuff. Okay. Start that there. Connect there. Should have... No, we don't. Let's add that thing to the... Let's add that thing to the auto spawn list, the test block. And let's try that instead. No box. No box. Ah, come on. Ah, there we go. Our hands are back. Hello, Parasitus. Okay, yeah. So we're still not getting like the actual things spawning under our multiplayer spawner. So we must have to do something more than that, right? Uh, player scene. Maybe we have to have like the synchronizer on the player or on the test scene. Sure, let's try doing that. I know I'm going at this in like one of the most loose ways possible, but blah 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 blah. Right? Actually, you know what we should do? Get rid of the headless aspect here. This will actually let us see what's going on the server. Oh, okay. So the server has the box, and then the client has nothing. Very innocuous error message right here. Not really worried about that. Spawn list. So we filled the auto spawn list. It's the server's the authority. On function. So based on, yeah, sure, that's pretty common experience, having an error message that you don't know what it... I mean, on Windows, every time you get a random error that's like, error message number like 15 and 3 billion 5 something is like, okay, that's not very helpful. Maybe there's something more that would... Is there some way that we have to hook up the, like, the multiplayer spawner to, like... I bet we have to, like, hook it up to the pier somehow. Ah, yep. There we go. Where's multiplayer defined? Multiplayer.multiplayer peer equals peer. There. What really is multiplayer? When you get down to it, what is multiplayer? Get philosophical here for a sec. Okay, let's stop getting philosophical. That's philosophical enough. Guess we can just set that on the root node. Okay. Oh wait, no, that's the server. That was normal. Hello the cheese. Well, the queso. And oh, we got an actual error message this time. Applied multiplayer peer must be connecting or connected. Most of them claiming they had relations with your mother. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's roughly my experience with multiplayer. Woo! I think we're getting closer. Goodness. Get replication config is... Gotta be one of these things that's not set yet. Yeah, I don't see that anywhere in the example code. So... Get replication config. You know what? Let's just look up this module in the actual source code. Oh, hey Thor, welcome back. Hopefully it's still on the same line here, and there we go. Okay, we found it. All right, what does this do? What is sync? Multiplayer synchronizer, blah blah blah. Get replication config. I speak a little tiny bit of Spanish. Ah, yes, Thor has returned. Thor is my cat for anyone new here. Replication config. There we go. Oh, okay, I remember. I know what I screwed up now. I think. Wait. That's this one that screwed up. Actually, no, there's nothing here to set that. Thor is a very lovely cat. We can pick... Oh, right! Oh, okay, yeah, we have a whole new panel down here. Right, there we go. Add a property to sync. Let's do it here, and let's just do the position. We'll sync the position. How about that? Yeah, alright, cool. Cool. See if we can run that now. Oh, hey, check it out! It's syncing! Alright, let's add some server-specific code to make that wiggle around a little bit so we can really, really test this out. So it only started working when we added the synchronizer, is that it? Like, if I take out the synchronizer, will it still work? Well, first let's wiggle it. Let's do some wiggling. Let's see. I'm gonna call it the wiggle node. Oh, it's frand or rand f? Yeah, rand f. There we go. Okay, that should make it wiggle. Wiggling complete. So if we start this up, and there's some beautiful wiggling going on. Look at that. It's synchronized wiggling. Perfect. All right. Our game is complete. We can ship it now. No, just kidding. Only a little. Also, if we stop the server, Thing. That's a violent wiggle. Yeah. Okay, let's go back in here. So it's synchronizing the position, obviously. Let's get rid of that. Actually, let's get rid of the entire multiplayer synchronizer. I want to see something really quick. Let's start that up again. And start this. And okay, so something I did made it start working. And it wasn't the multiplayer synchronizer, but I don't know what it was now. What did I change that made that work? Or was it actually broken? Hey! Was it actually broken because I had the broken like synchronizer in there? Also, obviously, it's not wiggling because it's no longer synchronizing, of course. Don't touch the code. It's stable. Yeah, stable. Uh-huh. I am attempting to make a I'm experimenting with Godot's multiplayer support. Let's not get too carried away in calling it a game just yet. But yeah, we're doing that. We're doing the thing. We're doing the thing with the stuff. Water. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, it just works, or well, it just works on my machine. Oops. Oh, I almost broke something. Okay, you know what? Let's check this in while we solve a functioning project. Let's actually make the Git repository. How about that? Oh, did it create a git ignore and git... Hang on a second. Oh, neat! Oh. Good job, Git, for auto-adding those. Or, I mean, Godot for auto-adding those. I guess I could just go ahead and add everything now that it's... Because it's got the git ignore in there. Spawning works. Multiplayer spawning works. Great! We have our first check-in. Okay. I guess we should try making like an actual player. Didn't know that Godot had that feature. Yeah, well, it's new as of 4.0. The automatic synchronization stuff. Yeah. Yeah, let's make a player. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new scene. Scene, gonna be a 3D scene. We're just gonna call it player. Keep things nice and simple for now. And this one will have the synchronizer, and actually let's change the root type to a kinematic body. Type or character body. My bad. Decided to go away from all of the like industry standard terminology, I guess. Wait, that's weird. Got a mesh instance, and I guess add from. That's weird. Oh, wait a minute. No, oh, that's pushing the wrong button. Add property to sync. Player. Position. Let's synchronize the velocity. Where is the velocity? Physics body 3D has it. Character body 3D. There's no velocity. Wait, do character hang on. Character body's not velocity. I guess that would kind of make sense because of how kinematic actors work. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's velocity. I should be able to synchronize that, right? Hmm. We're already seeing limitations of Interesting. I got like there's a up direction thing, but that's that's weird. This seems like a pretty important thing to be able to sync is like the velocity, right? If we just do this, add from path velocity. Okay. Well, let's just have the velocity start off as something. Wait. No, it has no shape, so it cannot collide or interact with other. Okay, okay, we got that. Shape. Collision shape. Blah blah blah. Shape is gonna be sphere. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, we never actually set the mesh instance. Also be here. Right, good, good. Everything looks good. And then we'll make it so that when it spawns, script. Wait, what? Is that boilerplate character code? If the position vector is synced, and then there'd basically be jerky movement, like the time between updates. There would be no velocity, so it needs to have the velocity to fill in the gaps between like incoming position um updates. That is, I am. Hmm. You know what? Maybe we'll just leave that code right there. I let's go back to our test scene, our main scene rather, and let's make this into like an actual gameplay scene. So I'm gonna tilt the camera down a little bit. Oh, look, yeah, it looks fine. Let's make a new CS CSG box. Not as a child of the camera. Form set. Okay, there we go. How's that look? Bigger. Okay, and I'm gonna drop it down a little bit because we're still spawning stuff at the origin. Okay, so if we run this from the server first. Okay, so we're not actually spawning the player yet. That's fine. Let's spawn the player. Yeah, I am. Oh, that's. Oh, forgot to restart the server. Oh, that's very exciting. Start this. Then, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Node not found. Blah, 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 blah. Multiplayer spawner node player, multiplayer root. Are we getting error? Nope. Okay, I don't know what this means. Hmm. Node 3D. Node 3D. Multiplayer spawner. Node player. Blah, 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 blah. So I can't find it, but why is it trying that? Get rid of that for a sec. Oh! That's spooky. It just fell through the floor. That's because we probably forgot to add any kind of collision to that CSG box. So, there's like a checkbox on here somewhere that we can set, right? Use collision. Bam. Done. Boop. Awesome. Let's turn on some shadows and get some cool modern 3D effects going on here. Oops. That did not work. That did not add the shadow at all. Wait, hold on. Do we not get shadows in the compatibility renderer like at all? Is that a thing? Oh, that would suck. Hold on a second. Hold on. Pain. Ow. Oh. Thank you for the violence. I mean bits, 32-bit kid. Oh, wait a minute. There's a little... Shadows are not supported when using GL compatibility backend yet. Support will be added in... Oh. That sucks. Is that only for directional light? No, that's for that light too. Oh, that really sucks. I can't have shadows in my web build. I hate it. I just want to be able to tell how far off the ground it is. Mm. Maybe the Godot like web build stuff isn't quite ripe yet. You know what I mean? John, it would be making them with textures would be kind of rough because I'm pretty sure the compatibility renderer also doesn't support decals like that. Decals are only available when using the Forward Plus or mobile rendering backends. Yep. So we can't even have like simple blob shadows in a way that wouldn't totally suck. Hey, how about we make a 2D game instead? No, okay, let's just get this working first. Start up the server, start up the client, and fail to actually sync anything. It's almost like it's trying to sync before adding the object. Actually, you know what? I'm like 30% sure that's the case. Let's go back to the player scene and let's get rid of that multiplayer synchronizer. So we're just gonna delete it. So I believe the server should still run basically the same. The client should run and sync that object. Or just not. Oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. Oh my goodness. This is gonna trip me up a lot. The multiplayer spawner has the list of things that it can spawn. I didn't have the player in it. Oh, I am going to forget to check that so many times, I can already tell. Yeah, there we go. There's the player. Okay, okay. So that now we can probably re-add the thing that we just took out. There we go. Started up and it was properly synced and everything. No errors. Yeah, so the multiplayer spawn list, that is going to be very tough to keep track of. Ooh, I may have. I think I understand why it's there, but like, I need to find a way to make the errors with that more obvious. We need to make like a checklist of like this is what everything that you have to do to make a synced multiplayer object. Okay, all right, let's head back to the this because I want to see it has some they have some specific ideas around spawning players. Probably just gonna like set the player ID and other stuff. For player characters, we usually need to transfer part of the authority over to the peer, which each character represents. Blah 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 blah. Child node dedicated to the player inputs, and leave the multiplayer authority of the character nodes to the server. Think about that. Oh, hey, thanks so much for the resub, Cyrax. Really appreciate that. Okay, so uh so it looks like what they're talking about doing is saying the server owns the character, but on the character there's a node that's synchronized that is owned by the player. So the player has authority over that. Um I think that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Maybe. Okay. And that's a synchronization object on its own. It looks like wow, this is kind of weird. Okay, so good practice to use a child node dedicated to player inputs, leave the multiplayer authority to the nodes to the server. Uh helps maintaining proper isolation between controls and game logic, making the setup less error prone, blah 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 blah. Keeping that in mind, let's create the player scene with synchronizer for the character itself and synchronizer for the player input. Attach script to the player input that does, well, the input. Um, let's see. Set process for the local player. Okay, that seems reasonable. And then, oh, this hooks up the camera. I'm still looking for the player where the there we go. That's it. Uh, oh, okay. This is like the new like get and set syntax that I'm not familiar with. Set by the authority, synchronized on spawn. Uh, so one I think defaults to the server. I think the number one means the server, right? That's it. So we gotta look for the place where it actually sets the player. I don't see that anywhere here. Nope, it's not in there. Player, and there we go. That's where the ID gets set. Okay, so we have to... We have to hook up some signals, first of all. These ones right here, like this. The peer connected and peer disconnected from the multiplayer stuff. So let's just do that in the ready function. Not this. If is server, blah, 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 blah. Dot connected, dot connect. I know that function doesn't exist yet. We'll get there. Player disconnected. Connected. All right. Func. Player connected. Disconnected. I think these take parameters for like the player ID, right? Yeah, that's the ID. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's just print out the connections that's as they happen right now. DOS connected. Okay, so let's spin up the server, which is already running. Do that. Go here. Disconnected on that, and player connected, and then there's like this unique value for each player. I'm just really curious about something. Is that just like an IP ad? No. I mean, it's big enough to be an IP address. I don't think it is. There's no port number or anything in there to identify the peer like uniquely. Like if there were two connecting on the same machine, get different things. In fact, I have a feeling that if I just shut this down and restart it, we're gonna get a different ID. Yeah, okay, so those are just unique IDs generating on the fly. Great. Okay, so rather than creating the character here, we're actually going to this there. Player node. Player node. And then we're gonna do a lot of the same stuff that they were doing on that thing. So player What were they doing? Where is the part where they set the authority? Add player. That's where it sets the player ID. Okay, so it sets the player there, and then over on here, it sets multiplayer authority. On the input. Okay, okay, all right. I have a complete idea in my head of what we need to do. What must be done. Yeah, I think. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Let's hop into the player scene, which we're already in. Make a new player scene. Player inputs. We're gonna attach a script to this. Call it player input. Sure. And then we're gonna have our and that's going to be a vector 3. But you know what? Let's just go with directions for now. That's all we really need. Comments here. Okay, and then we're gonna have it synchronize its own thing, right? Do we have to like export them or something in order for that to show up here, or what? Okay. Our player ID, and then player E ID and their authority. Okay, so that should. Oh yeah, and then we're gonna do this. So, if player not equal E. So we're gonna. Actually, it's probably better to use the set process thing in that, because the way the tutorial did it. You know what? We'll just do this. So we'll skip that. This should be enough to get the stuff synchronizing based on what I know. Oh wait, actually we do have a problem in that it doesn't actually do anything with the input. Input dot get input get back. Is that it? Oh, hey, look at that. That's a neat little function. Okay, up. Negative y should be up. Are we doing like screen coordinates? I don't know. Input vector equals blah. Okay. That should. Yep. All right. There's a vector too. I may end up regretting this later. So when we spawn the player, we're gonna say player dot That's player E. Okay, so we get this function call, we spawn the player, we set the player ID on the player input node. On the player input node, we do this. We have this. We can set the player that sets the multiplayer authority. And then we should be able to start sending... Oh wait, does that mean it's going to sync from the player to the server then? Or do we actually have to do like RPCs for this? You know what, let's print out the velocity. I guess we're going to find out, because if it syncs to the server, that's going to raise all kinds of questions for me. Not actually printing anything right now. That's printing 0, so... Oh, wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? I didn't tell it to start moving yet. Oh, that must be the boilerplate code in there. Oops. Also, it's not spawning on the client. What did I screw up? Okay, so creates the player node, adds it as a child. Let's close all this down. Start the server. And, oh, thanks so much for the follow, Fortran. So it doesn't exist in the server yet. I'm gonna do always on top. Start the other client. So it exists on the server, but not on the... Oh, it's not synchronizing the input. Oh, thanks for the follow, Derek Saurus. Ooh, 2 follows in a row. How's it going? But yeah, if in doubt, print it out is definitely a good thing. We must not have... Yeah, no, so we got the position and the velocity in there. So why is it once again refusing to sync stuff? It's so weird. This wouldn't be so bad if like the failure cases weren't just like silent, you know? Does it even exist in this scene? No, it doesn't even exist in this scene. It's not there. Oh. Property input vector not found. Well, there we go. All right, let's just remove that from the scene. Will this actually work? Okay, so it must have been the error that was stopping it from synchronizing. Wait, isn't this the server window? Yeah, it was the server window. Whoops. Okay, we gotta get rid of that boilerplate stuff in here. This is unacceptable. We will get here. dir equals player input. So test failed successfully. Yeah. So that should bypass the blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay, so that should bypass the yeah, that should use the synchronized input vector, which is not synchronized right now. But I should at least not see it like doing stuff on the server the way it's doing, right? Or wait, is it the server? Yeah, that is the server. Why is it still moving on the server? Okay, so I can't do anything. Oh, wait, hold up. That's incorrect. It didn't set the player ID correctly. Where did we drop the ball? Here. Oh yeah, we never actually set the yep, there we go. That's what we screwed up. Never actually set the player ID on it. Player ID is still not set though. Replication start, blah 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 blah, is unable to process the pending spawn since it has no network ID. Might happen when changing the multiplayer authority during the ready callback. Make sure to only change the authority of multiplayer synchronizers during enter tree or spawn custom. Fine. Jerk. Why is that like that? Actually, that shouldn't even be... That shouldn't be happening. The ready function isn't setting that. It's clearly being set after the ready function. Oh, hey Val, how you doing? Yeah, here's where set players. You know what? Let's get a breakpoint right there. The server seems to have the right ID for it, but it's not even hitting the code that sets the thing. The server knows what it should be, but the client does not. You know, head to bed. All right, have a good one. Wait a minute. It never actually like gets the message. Wait. How does the client know what the? Hi, hello Thor. Doing? Are they using the replication system to sync the thing? Synchronize on spawn. Okay, there it is. There it is. All right, so I think I do have to do things the way they. Thor is now sitting on my lap, by the way. Buddy. Thor emotes in chat, please, for Thor. Be adorable. He's an infinitely good boy. Except when he's fighting with his brother. And chewing on stuff. Oh. Buddy. There you go. Alright. He's just chilling out now. Okay, so they're definitely using the synchronization stuff, which means that we actually have to use the getters and setters like that. So yeah. I tried to do things my way, and it didn't go very well. Go figure, right? What's this colon equals do? Pretty much going to do exactly the same code that they had. Okay. Let's hop back here. We're going to set that directly. And we need to synchronize that. We need to synchronize that with the we need to synchronize that with the other multiplayer synchronizer though. I'm pretty sure. We wouldn't want the player input to be able to synchronize a different ID back, right? This is getting confusing already. Confusing, but it's working. Okay, so the other question is it's not synchronizing the inputs to the server, which is actually what I expected. So here's where's the player input thing example in here again? Oh, right. Yeah, we yes, we didn't export the input vector correctly. That's probably why it couldn't find it. Or when we tried to do the so if we go here, go to replication, add property to sync, player input, we'll add the vector. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand this. Also starting to like kind of warp my brain in worrying and concerning ways. And hey, look at that. All right, are we ready to ship it yet? Time to do another test. Let's see if we can add another player and have it just work. Was that a huge list of errors that I saw pop up there at the start? I think it was. Ah, node not found, blah 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 blah, relative to root. Well, we still have issues. Oh wait, oh the server actually spawned a node for it though. That's interesting. And it is synchronizing to the other client. But for some reason it's not. There's too many windows open. Yeah, and it's not synchronizing input back to the server, and yeah, there's a whole lot wrong with this still. We are getting some errors out here. No not found, blah blah blah, relative to root, blah 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 blah. Okay. Let's stop this, restart it, start this, and see if we get any error. Oh, hey, backer. Networking? Attempts at networking, yeah. So far we can get the player and server to communicate. But we cannot get a second player in once we have the two of them. So one of these is the server and one of these is the player. I can't remember which is which. And if I start up another copy of the client, I get some errors right up there at the beginning. And it spawns on the server. It spawns the other node, but then it I think this is the server and this is the client. It doesn't sync it to the client or anything like that. So, weird. It's doing the same thing for each. Three is a crowd. No, like it can't even do two players though. But yeah, I'm gonna run the server under the editor and see quick. Oh, where do you put the actual like command line arguments? Args? Oh. Run. Oh, main run args. Oh, whoops. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop, 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 stop. I think it just failed to bind the port. Okay. Start up the server. Get errors. Did not connect to server. What? Did not connect to server. Okay. That is clearly not working. Editor settings? Where do you find the command line arguments for the game? No, it's getting a different ID for each client. Main run. Command line arguments to append to Godot's own command line when running the project. Oh, let's try this. That might do it. Okay, now it's running the server. All right, let's boot up a client. No, that's the server. Don't do that. Now let's start the client. One client is in. Start up another client. Player test zone. It'd help if I could spell. So, what's going to happen when we run this? I'm going to get an error on the server, or... Player connected. Unable to auto-spawn node with a reserved name. Make sure you add your replicated scenes via add child node, comma, true. Wait a minute. What's this comma true? Force readable name equals true. You think that's going to fix our problem? I don't think it's going to fix our problem. So if this function just stopped right here, then that would definitely... You know what? Let's heckin' find out. These windows need their own, like, dedicated spot on here. Actually, we could just run the server and then run each client here. Oh, hey, look at that. All right, that did fix it. It was literally just like a node naming problem or something. That was weird. Look at that, we made a multiplayer game. Ship it, right? Add a third player and see if... Whoop. Ew. Okay, I still think I want to do like a 2D player game because, so I'm using Godot's compatibility renderer right now, which sucks for, well, it sucks. It's actually it's got less features than Godot 3's renderer. I have to use the compatibility renderer for HTML output, which is weird because like HTML output, or so like, and the compatibility renderer doesn't support shadows. But if I exported a Godot 3 project to HTML, I could have shadows in it. Right? Like, yeah, just like... Anyway. So I was actually thinking about doing this with a doing something 2D, and I did have an idea. Let's has anyone here played an old game? I'm gonna get the a sprite sheet up for a second to kind of explain what my thought process is here. But there's an old game called Grail Online. It's Graal. Um, I wouldn't play like the current version of it, because I don't think it's. I think they might have turned it into like I don't know, microtransaction or like gotcha heck or something. Or I don't know. I don't know if the game is anything like the way it was back when I played it. Um, But I was looking at a sprite sheet for it, like this one right here, and there's also a sprite sheet for these are torsos, and then there's also like a sprite sheet for a bunch of the heads. Copy image, edit image, blah. This is kind of like generic anime stuff, but like I keep wanting to go back and make like modular 2D characters that are actually reasonable to to do and update and modify things on. And so I was looking at the way Grail did it. I think I might have been overcomplicating things the way I was trying to do it. Because like, let's look at how many unique sprites there actually are here. Let's just take like this first like column here. There's like these left and right facing sprites, but this column is a mirror of that column. I mean, it's not really because there's the like this horizontal stripe on the character, but basically, so we can just kind of like eliminate that entire column of stuff. That's not necessary work to do. Right. So we got this running animation from each one of these directions also. And this is like we got this left foot forward and then we got right foot forward, right? But that means that the animation is essentially mirrored. Again, it's an asymmetrical design, so it's not really like that, but when you're coming up with like a base, you can just mirror it and then add in the asymmetrical details. So basically, we don't need a lot of this. Where does this actually start and end? I think we need these two. Yeah, because they're duplicated up here. And that. Um, and yeah, same for some of the other ones, but a lot of these are like hurt frames too. Same with like down here, like you can do that. You can probably do that for like every single angle also. Like we don't really need, or all the front and back angles, right? So we don't need these either. So we're starting to like cut down the actual work requirement of these. These are actually pretty smooth animations too. It's a cycle, like a run cycle of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like it's or is it just going back? Is it like ping ponging on these? I don't even know. Um, but yeah, you get the idea. So you can go through this and cross out like a lot of content that you don't need. These are the arms, I think. I think those are like what sticks out when you're like swinging a sword around. Oh, actually, no. This is it. I don't know how these get used. I'd have to play the game again, or at least watch a video of it. But yeah, so the customization in the game, I think you could pick one of these different torso styles, and there might have been more than that. I think you could customize the colors. Like I think these are keyed or something. Can't remember exactly. And then you get to pick a head, and the heads are also pretty straightforward. Like we got front, back, left and right, left and right. We don't have to care about the other direction for the most part. You could again have asymmetrical designs, and then this one's upside down. I think for when you're dead and lying, such that your head is facing the bottom of the screen. We don't really need that either because it's essentially just this one but flipped, right? Um, we don't need this one, which is when you're lying on the ground facing the other way. We don't need this one because it's when you're lying on the ground facing like your head facing away from like towards the top, and we don't need this one or this one or like these are all just like pane frames and stuff. And so like really the actual requirement here is just these three, right? That's the basic requirement to get this kind of like just four directional character in. Everything else is basically extra. So I think this is like a pretty low requirement thing to do for like sprites, for character sprites. Um And, you know, you have to keep it that low requirement in order to actually get away with, like, doing it for every character in the game, right? Um, Otherwise, the workload becomes too much. The other option, of course, is to just do everything as 3D, and then 3D stuff is a lot easier to put together piecemeal and all that. Um, so I was thinking about this, and the discovery that Godot doesn't support shadows in their compatibility renderer kind of makes that decision a lot easier to do. I'm not going to go and start doing sprite art right now, but because I want to play with more multiplayer concepts. Hmm. But I think I might do that. And you know what? Even if we don't go like full 2D, these can still be used as billboards in 3D. So there is that. But one way or another, like 3D environments are fun to do, and you can have like height and everything. Like Project Zomboid method of rendering 3D sprites. All right, let me go check that out really quick. I've only played it. I've only played that game like really briefly. Okay, I'm gonna put this in another. Let me go look at this off screen. All right, these sprites look a lot more complicated to do just by being so like they're 8 directions, which is already hard to do. And then they're also that they're the isometric stuff. Like this angle specifically right here is really hard to draw if you're doing these by hand. You could like 3D model them and then render them and stuff, I guess. Oh geez. Yeah, that looks like a much higher barrier to me. All hand drawing sprites, but adding new items and content became a nightmare. Yeah, I can imagine. Especially when you find out the reason that version control exists right in the middle of the project. I remember. All right, let's hook up another little few convenience functions here. We're gonna have a camera, and we're gonna have that camera like follow the player around. So, do uh, let's. It's gonna be like the ugliest way to do this ever. All right, stop all the processes. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, whoa, that was chucking out errors when things disconnected. Did you see that? Try this again. Ah, yes, we should probably actually like put the camera at a reasonable distance because right now this is a little bit too first person for me. Oh, okay, that time I think it was probably because we were modifying the project. Um, they had version control. It was just stolen. I thought they had like no remote version control. I guess I would have to be I should be specific about that. The reason for remote version control to exist. Boop. All right, now we have a character that it follows around the camera. Neat. That's very exciting. Boop. Goodbye, everyone. Okay, cool. Now what? Oh, right. I want to get it hooked up to my web page or my website rather. Um, I think I'm gonna do that off stream. There's a little bit too much like security stuff that goes into that for me to be comfortable working with it on stream. Um, Yeah, this is a cool start. I I honestly thought that this was gonna take a lot longer. I thought I was gonna be at this point by the end of like a 4-hour stream, not like a 2-hour stream. Let's. Where's my music? When did the music stop? All right. Well, music's back. Um. There's also like there's an old multiplayer game that I made in Unreal Engine that I'm kind of interested in maybe reproducing now. Um. Or I could just do Pong. I could just make Pong. Hmm. So the old multiplayer game I made was it was a game where you had a little like fighter plane that would fly around the scene. It was like a capture the flag game. It was competitive multiplayer. There were like 2 teams. You had like options for like fly faster for a really short period with like a boost control. You had a gun that would heat up when you fired it and could overheat. And that was basically it. You were always kind of moving forward, so you could like slow down really slow, but you still had to like maintain that lift basically. Nothing bad would happen if you didn't, but there was like a minimum speed you could go at, and then you could go faster. You could turn left and right. The planes would do like this cool like banking like left and right animation. When you hit like a wall, it would like launch sparks all over the place, which is kind of cool. The hard part that would be to reproduce, though, was the fact that I actually had pretty smart enemy AI in it. Like, obnoxiously smart enemy AI. I had to tone it down, because, like, it was super aggressive. Like, if it saw you, it would just go at you while blasting, like, shots that were essentially impossible to dodge. Hey, Echo. And it would do it with perfect accuracy, too, so... But it might be fun to at least do the multiplayer part of that without the AI part. The AI was just like filler players and stuff. No, actually, I know what I want to do. There's I wanted to make a game for the stream that could just be going on in the background, and then every few minutes, like so players from the people in the Twitch chat could play it. And it's like turn based, and then every like few minutes or something, I go and show the turn actually happening on stream. Kind of like Stream Raiders, but maybe more just like, you know, those games where you set the angle and velocity and like fire around. Scorched Earth, like that, or Gorilla.bass, I guess, depending on stuff. Like a Scorched Earth game to play on stream would be really fun, I think. That would require, in order to like integrate with Twitch, that would be really obnoxious, but without Twitch integration, you know, just have someone like go there, enter their username, stuff. That could be pretty straightforward, I think. It would be really fun to have the Twitch integration, but I don't think I'd actually get that much out of it besides showing people's names and maybe like their Twitch icon. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but like, ideally, I would like to have the mechanics of Scorched Earth. It's the stuff where you like, between rounds, you buy better and better gear, and you start doing like ridiculous things on the battlefield. And there's also some mobility to move around the battlefield, like a little bit, stuff like that. But yeah, this seems like everything seems pretty reasonable now. So let's go over the issues that we had, though, because this is going to be important. One of the big issues that we had was the player, or the objects need to be added to the list of the multiplayer spawner auto spawn list. They need to be added to that. That's super important. What else? What other issues did we run into? We actually have to have properties inside of the synchronizer, I guess, to make it work. It wasn't spawning. Oh yeah, we have when we add stuff to the scene, we have to actually make sure that it's a readable name. I should just make a notes thing. Make a new text file. Notes. Okay. Why is my object not syncing? Add it to the auto spawn. Did you add it to the scene with readable name? Add child blah. Did you add the property to scene synchronizer? Also, random other note, like we did network authority syncs to others. Player nodes with players as authority sync their server. Inputs instead of RPCs. All right. Some notes. We never actually figured out the RPC syntax, did we? Oh, RPC call local. What's call local mean? Okay, so the Godot built-in like help search thing is great for finding like function references and stuff. It's not so great for finding info about like syntactical elements like this. Let's see if we can find Godot for RPC. RPC syntax channels. First of all, many users found the old master and puppet keywords in 3.x confusing. Oh yes. Oh yes, I did. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. That was like the biggest blocker for me doing multiplayer stuff in 3.x was the fact that the master and puppet thing was just incredibly confusing. Master keyword would mean that the function would be called on the network master, while the puppet that a function puppet that puppet would mean that a function would only would be called on the non-master peers. Additionally, the old master keyword had very little usage since remote could be used in its place with little to no effort. Yeah, I see that's still not clear. So it means that if a function would be called on the network master, does that mean that the network master would call it on the server, or that the server would call it on the client that has authority on it, or like heck if I know. I still can't understand. I still don't know what these mean, even after reading this paragraph. Anyway, learning from this, we decided to have a unified RPC annotation with a few optional parameters. Please, 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 let it be more clear than that. As mentioned above, the RPC annotation can also take optional parameters. One of those parameters is any peer. The RPC will be callable by any connected peer, behaving like the old remote keyword. Oh god, they're making it act like the old... Okay. Alright, we can do this. We can do this. You can get the idea of the peer that is making the call via the multiplayer get remote sender ID. Add this to our notes. Okay, so that's right. Okay, I think I understand that. No direct replacement for the rarely used master keyword. In those cases, RPC any peer can be used by adding an extra check against the called ID, as is done above. Oh, okay, that's reasonable. Calling functions locally. In Godot, it's possible to instruct the engine that a specific function has to also be called locally when sending RPCs. In Godot 3, this is done using the even more dedicated keywords, e.g. puppet sync, remote sync, etc. In Godot 4, sync is now an optional parameter of the RPC annotations. Parameters do not need to be in a particular order, blah, 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 blah. Wait, what does sync do? Oh, local, blah, blah, blah. The equivalent meaning of defining an RPC that any peer can call. Thanks to the sync parameter, the RPC is also executed on the sending peer. Okay, that makes sense. I'm actually confused now what huh? Oh, okay, so the RPC annotation alone behaves like the old puppet. Means what? Oh, so that would be like the owning player on the player input thing. Okay, so let's go back to the example that they had here. So the right, okay, this makes sense. So this can only be called by the player that actually owns the player input object. The one that's been set as the network authority. But in addition to that, it's going to call this function on the local system as well. Okay. Right. That makes sense. But if it had any peer there, this thing, then anyone could call that function. Someone could use like a hacked client to make other players jump, basically. Calling RPC microphone could transfer it reliably, while blah blah blah. RPC unreliable would transfer it unreliably. Fair enough. Always want the same transfer method to use with the exceptions. So we have any peer, call local, and unreliable. And then we have something called channels. Ordered transfer. Channel accident each other and like rivers flowing at different speeds. Reliable messages sent on different channels might arrive in a different order. Their chat, blah blah. Oh, okay, okay. You can just stick a number. You can just stick a little number right in there, and that's fine. That's not too hard. Unreliable RPC is not guaranteed to rely on order. Unreliable ordered. Oh, okay. Is there like a reference for these? Oh my god, there's just some references. Ours. Also, there's something I forgot to check here, and I think we should be able to use unreliable transfer modes for the velocity, and possibly position of the players. Okay, that is apparently not something that we can really modify. These might be a little bit too simple to, Hmm. Doesn't say anything about reliability in there. Because if these are always sent with like reliable, then that would actually be kind of laggy. I think I want to be able to send it over like really fast UDP packets and stuff. Wait a minute, that's not right. Wait, this documentation is out of date. Oh, it's an out-of-date tutorial. It's not from the reference stuff. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's bad. All the tutorials are out of date. Oh. That hurts to see. Oh, that's really bad. This is another reason why I said this might not be ripe yet. Um... Hmm. I'm concerned. Oh, okay, it says it's a work in progress and maybe outdated. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, it would have been nice to see that message before I started like reading that. Um so we still don't have any information about like the RPC syntax outside of that one article, do we? Okay. Well, here's some RPC mode stuff, but that's definitely not like that's definitely not all the different RPC things that we just read, right? No, this Hmm. This page is up to date for Godot 4. This. Um. I'm getting tired already. Okay. Um. So we just okay. So we have a pretty good idea of how RPCs work now. I think. Um. Good in the afternoon to you too, Janie. Uh. Yeah. There's no real way to make the player synchronizer. There's no way to make this like really replication big. Oh yeah, I read something. Oh, there's something I missed. There's something I forgot about. There's something. There's a way to set like Like a specific synchronization callback that I forgot about. Why is the... Why? I saw a piece of documentation, I swear, about, like, how to set up, like, custom synchronization things so that, like, you could control how the stuff syncs. It was done the same way that, like, set and get were done. Shoot. Scene Replication Part 1. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, there we go. Sync state. Oh, no, that's... Oh, okay, no, it's not a special syntax like that. It's a variable that they made, and then they assigned it to sync, but they made their own custom setter and getter for it. Interesting. And then they added, like, a bunch of really custom coding and decoding for it. Ugh. Water. Yeah, that's not actually anything... That's not any new information. It is a way to apply some information, but... I feel like we've gone over pretty much all the important parts of the multiplayer API at this point. I wonder what types can actually be synced. You think we could sync, like, an entire image? I bet, like, object references and stuff would just be, like, turned into an ID. That probably wouldn't work. We could sync, like, an entire array of pixels, though. And then probably convert it back, kind of the way this is. Like, it would be cool to have, you know, custom player avatars and stuff like that, right? So keep going back and looking at this. Grail Online was not a good game, but it was cute. Hold on, I'm gonna take y'all down some nostalgia lane. Give me a sec. I can find some screenshots of what it used to look like. It looked kind of like one of that like SNES Zelda game, I think. There we go. That's a screenshot. Wow, that person's missing their head. But yeah, this is basically it. It was a little free MMORPG. and kind of a knockoff of the Zelda graphic style, and actually a knockoff of, I think, some of the Zelda world map too. Oh, that's new. You can have you can have like mounts and stuff, but there were like there's like a lot of user contributed content to it, which is why you have like all these kind of different art styles mushed together for some of the sprites. Like some of these are actually like shaded. You know, it's got some pillow shading on it, where like some of this clearly looks like it was done in MS Paint. And so like I think of a lot of it was like user generated content or user created content that was like sent in, and I think it was then manually added to the game. This is your health bar stuff up here. So yeah, there's this mishmash of art styles and stuff. There were a lot of like customized mounts that I don't see represented here. Like I remember there was this little secret passage I discovered to a secret area that not many players knew about, and you could get to like you could find a Chocobo to ride, but the Chocobo was like a different pixel resolution and art style than like all the rest of the thing, and I think it must have been like a game sprite rip or something. Like that's the kind of level we're operating on here as a game, and it had a lot of charm to it. I think it's been like turned corporate and stuff now, and it doesn't really have that charm anymore. But I'm taking inspiration from it as far as how the characters look. Yeah, see, this is kind of one of the more basic characters. You can totally see like the Zelda inspiration there, right? I can actually bring up the image search thing. What is this? This WTF is this game with like a photo of this person wearing headphones and like, yeah, we discovered like the deep lore of the internet or something. It's like, also this art, the game did not have this art when I played it. This is an Android version? Is this a Play Store thing? I don't even know what's been done to this game now. Oh my goodness. Oh, that poor server. Yeah, see, more Zelda inspired stuff. Not inspired, probably blatantly ripped off. Anyway. Like I said, I kind of want to make something similar to that. That'd be cool. Like a web game that you could just log into and run around and have like a little slightly customized character. Be a pretty cool little goal for this project, you know? Which is why I'm doing like the whole WebSocket stuff too. Also, it wasn't a web game back then because JavaScript wasn't anywhere near powerful enough back then to run it. It was actually a sketchy exe file that you downloaded off the internet. Back in the good old days. Yeah. You know what? Let's add that jump control. I want to see how that works. Right now, it doesn't seem like it's actually synchronized at all, so... Oh, right, we should start the server first. Okay, so I can jump on the server, and I... This is the server window. This is not the game client window, I think. Right? Yeah, no, it's jumping on the server, but not the client. It was something hacked together with love? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, actually, this all makes sense because it's synchronizing the synchronizer is clobbering whatever velocity and position is going to end up on the client. So you're probably able to jump on the client. Actually, I'm kind of curious what will happen on the client once the server goes away. Oh, nothing. Okay. Yeah. So it's probably jumping on the client. Oh wait, not. It's not hitting this code, so. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so it's hitting that on the client. It's fine. Yeah, I guess we just have to add synchronization for that too. Okay, so the way that was done in the way that was done in the demo was it was an RPC. So let's see if we can replicate that RPC without actually looking at the thing. So here we had RPC, and then that was, what was it? Oh, hey, they got all the things here. Hey, Azura! How you doing? So call local, so it's gonna set... Good! I was talking about a game I used to play a long time ago called Grail Online, and it looked like this. And this. It was a free MMO from, like, the late 90s. Or early 00s. I think late 90s. Yeah, late 90s. And the sprites were made like this. And the heads for those sprites were all made like this. And it's like, you know, it could possibly be something related to maybe wanting to replicate a similar art style, but yes, it is absolutely ripping off the art style of Link to the Past. Is it ripping? Are those JPEG artifacts? Anyway, yeah, it's totally ripping off. I suspect it's probably ripping off the actual tiles, but I'm just gonna say it's definitely ripping off the style, if nothing else. Anyway, I think I'm kind of interested in replicating the art style. So these bodies, I'm pretty sure that these, I crossed out a bunch of stuff here for a reason. Anyway, yeah, the bodies here, I think these were, like, color keyed, so, like, I think you could customize your character colors, and it would, like, replace some of the specific colors here. I can't remember. It's been like 25 years since I played this game, so and yeah, there were a bunch of different, like, styles of bodies that you could use with it. I don't know what this stuff is. I don't think I ever saw that, but and then you could just, like, pick a head to go with it. Yep, someone's a Final Fantasy fan. Those are the nun with the weird shading. That is a very conspicuous spot right there. And then the next image over has a totally different art style. Oh, hey, cat girl. I'd probably play as her, even though there's no shading on the hair. But yeah, another thing I was mentioning was that, like, yeah, you're screaming. Yeah, it's all the styles mushed together is kind of a lot, isn't it? But yeah, so what I was saying, I think it allowed user-created content. I think the process was, and this is going off some very vague memories that I had. I think you could create content for it as a user and then send it to them, and then they would basically manually add it to the game. There wasn't like an automated process for doing this, I think. Um, and that's kind of one of the ways that they ended up with a just bizarre mishmash of different art styles together. Um, Whether or not I would support that, I probably would. Yep. I would throw my own art style right out the window in favor of allowing players to have customizability. Yep, that's totally a thing I would do. I would still probably want to manually like approve everything that goes into the game because I would need to I would want to do a better job of screening out copyrighted content than Grail did, but considering that Grail's entire like aesthetic was ripped off of another game, I don't think they had a whole lot of reasoning to moderate that stuff that well. For me, I don't want to get sued by Nintendo, of course. Ah, jump up. Yeah, okay, that's exactly the function I want to call. Okay, now we get to figure out if, let's see, if put action just pressed. Uh, just do like RPC. Oh, like this RPC. Okay. Um, and then in player.gd, instead of doing this, if uh, for and uh, good. Clear out that and all right. Based on everything that I understand right now, I think that should work. Uh, let's go ahead and boot up the server, boot up the client, and no. Is that jumping on the server too? Yes. And is that jumping on another client? Oh, we have a problem there. They're sticking to each other. Awesome. And then the server window can't jump, as it shouldn't be able to. Actually, is that? Wait, hold on. What's going on here? Oh no, the server is. Oh no. Oh no! All of them have the same camera attached. Whoops. Oh, okay, here we go. If multiple get unique ID, then we set the camera. All right, run server, project, get unique ID on a null value. Get, un get unique multiplayer ID. What? But I checked that. I checked that somewhere else, didn't I? Yeah, I checked it right down here. What? 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 Oh boy. That's actually weird that that is still. Um, okay, all right, we got to go back to the example. How do they set the camera here? Player equals multiplayer. Dot get it. Oh, it's just it's in the ready function. Right. Whatever. Okay. Fine. We just can't do it in the synchronization thing. That's weird. I feel like we're gonna want to do more synchronization things from that point, you know? I guess it's part which part of E1 M2 as something showed up. Was it the same spot that it showed up for me yesterday? Hey, there we go. In the computer maze. Ooh, that's scary. Okay, what should we do now? We got it to jump. We made it so you can jump and you can bounce. And you can do the thing where you like press jump again right before you land and it just bounces like in Quake 3 Arena. That's how you know it's cool. Oof. Okay. Why don't we make them fight each other? Or yeah, you know what? Maybe we should concentrate more on like character customization and stuff. Or we could do the web deployment and then see how this all works as like an actual web application. Hmm. I don't want to fight with like Nginx scripts and stuff on stream. That's yeah, that's another time. I don't think I'm gonna be able to have this like accessible by everyone else. Sorry. Not by the end of the stream anyway. I will work on it though. And see what I can do. Okay, so we got that working. The camera can move around or with the thing, the right camera is attached to each thing. Um, put down the server. We don't have any like login flow or anything like that. We can't there's no like connect button or anything. That's gonna have to be worked out. Like there's a lot of just kind of general stuff to do around the entire process of multiplayering, unfortunately. I'm not sure how much of that stuff is actually that interesting. So let's we could do some UI. Let's do some UI for like a title screen. All right, let's add a text node or a label rather. Project name, version number. There we go. Right there in the center, and a button, and call that the login button. connect. I'll make a container to actually like center these properly. My messed up hierarchy already. Uh, and oop, and begin. There we go. Project name, version number. Title of a true classic. I guess we also need like a player name edit field. So let's do edit. Placeholder. I am doing the absolute bare minimum here to try to get a usable like UI up. Questionably usable UI, sorry. How long can a player name possibly be? All right, that looks fine. Okay, project name, version number. Okay, we'll give it. Let's give it an actual name. Give it the name of the project. Multiplayer test junk. Version number 0. There, perfect. Now you know it's alpha software, right? Okay, so what we're gonna do when the connect button gets pressed, we have to do a few things. So let's attach script button node pressed connect on connect button pressed. So there's a thing to like dot load. So what's the thing? I've never actually like swapped out the entire scene before. Change scene to file, and then the path to the object. Okay. Scene file. Actually, what is that? Does it return anything? File. Changes the running scene to the one given at path. After loading it into pack scene and creating a new instance. Returns OK on success. Error can't open. The path can't be loaded. New pack scene or... Okay, so it doesn't actually return the packed scene, which actually makes it really, really hard to send data to the new scene. The other change scene. There's not. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know what? There's actually a way that we can make... Ow! Ow! There's actually a thing that we can do about this. We can just get the absolute path of it. I think it's still called Node 3D. We should probably change that. Okay, and then on the main scene, I guess we're just gonna set the, let's just create a variable. Our, export, export var. Server post IP to connect. No, wait. URL to connect to. There, fixed. Yeah, and then actually, you know what? We'll set URL to connect to be this by default. Uh, uh, no, and oh, also, like the most important thing is we actually want to communicate that across. Equals edit. That's not how we do it. That is not how we do it here. Here text edit underscore player. Click. Edit your name. Nope, not like that. Text. Okay. And that should send in, or that'll set the player name on the startup scene. So let's go ahead and set the startup scene. Fun scene. We have to do one more thing because now the server is broken. So func ready, boop, or arg in here. Get command line user args. If arg equals server, this is going to be just like some really quick logic for this. We're just going to change scenes straight to that right away if we're trying to start up the server. So this will just like bypass the entire thing, I think. That should work. So the name isn't hooked up yet, but this should... Oh. Valid set index player name on base null instance. Value of type string. That doesn't exist yet. Thing. You know what? We're going to do this a little bit differently. We're just gonna replace ourselves. Our new main scene equals scene. Player name. Okay. Such set the player name out of the child. Remove this object, and then we should be good to go. Start. Connect. Fail to connect. Exit the program. That is expected, though not ideal. Start that up. Okay, it goes straight into the game. I start this up. Let's connect, and we're in the game. Awesome. Now let's send our player name across. How that? Let's do how do we do that? That is not part of the normal connection flow. We're gonna have to like send in. We're gonna, like, right after we connect, we're gonna want to send in an RPC that says, yo, this is my name. I don't want to really put that on the player input object. That seems kind of weird and kind of overloading its stuff in a way that I don't like. Oh, the music is like really, really quiet right now. Fix again. Okay, well, how about we'll do this. We'll make it so the first thing that it does after it connects, right here, is sends in an RPC to set the name. Call it set their name. And then we're going to set player name. So what this function is going to do... we're actually going to set the RPC any peer. And then, what was that function that it was saying to use for getting the multiplayer? Like getting the sender of the RPC signal? Documentation. Great. Get remote sender ID. There we go. Let's add that to our notes. What is that object on the object? On the multiplayer API object. Alright, enable that. And then we're actually gonna have to go through and check all the player input objects, which is extremely hacky. Yeah, there's no nice way to do that. There is a nice way to do that. We're just like avoiding it right now. We are digging deep into the data from a place that we should not be messing around with it. We should actually have the player ID on the player object itself. I just haven't put it there. Maybe. Then we will say found the thing and then the player name. Gotta get that parameter in there. Okay. Oh, hey Thor. Buddy. What you doing? Thor has arrived. Thor is now occupying my lap. Buddy? What you doing? Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Okay, you're just gonna curl up right there? That's fine. Oh, he looks so comfy. Yeah, we actually have a Thor emote now on the server or on the Twitch channel. So if you would like to to send some love to Thor, there you go. He's a good kiddo. Boot up the server, do thing stuff, and get the thing. Found the thing. Nothing. Oh, got a hydrate redeem. Okay. Try not to spill it all. Thanks, Packer. Oh. Oh, that's cold. Oh, hey, Pretty Fist. Hey, look, Thor. 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 They're all sending you their love. Look. Look. Thor is a good cat. Also, those are follower emotes, so I think they're only going to work on the channel. Oh my god, he's just like buried his face in the blanket next to me. Oh. Okay. So let's go back. Try this again. We're gonna set our player name to that, and then we're gonna connect and have it not work. Interestingly enough. Oh, that's because we stopped the server. All right. Oop, whoop. All right. Player name. Then what do we get on the server? I should probably get rid of that print debug spam. Found the thing! Nothing! Dang. It's not working. Oops. So we got set player name right there, and it's just not making it through to the RPC. Sucks. Oh my god. How are you? How do you do that? Alright, let's get rid of that debug spam because that is making it really, really hard to do this. Care about the input vectors anymore. Start. Alright, send the player name. Yes, good. Oh, there's the player name. It worked that last time. Weird. Okay. Let's see if we can maybe add like a text thing onto the player. This is something that's gonna get a little bit sketchy. I don't know if I can actually do this. Hop into the 3D scene and so is there a like 3D there's no 3D text object. Oh, a label 3D. Oh, fantastic. Can we make it actually like camera facing all the time? That'd be like some billboarding or something here, right? Lags? Billboard! Enabled! Alright. Alright, let's see how this looks. We're gonna start this up. Start the server. Start this up. Blah, 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 blah. Connect. That's fine. We don't actually need a breakpoint in there anymore. We have a name! That's wrong. Because we never actually set the text. I guess I am just kind of going out to make a Grell Online clone, aren't I? Liz, you ever play Grell Online? Have we talked about that? I think you might have mentioned it like one time. Has anyone here played Grell Online besides me? Okay. Never heard of it. Okay. All right. It's the it's this game. We're not exactly trying to mimic it, but You did. It was okay. 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 All right. All right. I'm glad I'm not imagining the existence of this game. Oh, Rem played the heck out of it. Interesting. All right. I'm getting my visual like my kind of visual inspiration from it right now. I mean, despite the fact that it doesn't look like it, but that's kind of the I think the end goal of the project would be cool, like a cool thing to like uh oh wait, does it support multi-line? Oh, it does support multi-line. That's a problem. Also, I still haven't hooked up the player name stuff at all, so it didn't actually become a problem yet. Yeah, let's finish writing the code for that. L dot. I'm doing really horrible things. You should not do code this way. I'm setting a value on the thing directly when I should make like a setter for it. All right, let's see how well this works. I just want to see if I can get it in there right now. This is all really rough prototype code. I really need to make that like a line edit control instead. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh, it worked on the server. Only the server will ever know this player's name. I actually know why it didn't work. It's because we're not synchronizing it back. I guess we should just make that a. Oh, we could just make that a call local, couldn't we? That might do it. Nope, didn't work. Though I'm really curious why it didn't work now. That's odd. So we're doing it like right after connecting, or is there just like not enough time to actually set up the synchronization stuff? Let's see if it's even getting called. It is. Okay. All right. Yep. What is ID? Okay, ID is us. Let's have a look at what is spawner. Oh, there's nothing's actually spawned yet. Nothing. It hasn't gotten a thing from the server, has it? All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to sync that back. That's fine. I mean, honestly, it probably should be a synced property anyway. Oh wait. Oh wait, no, it's the only place that we actually store it is on the label itself. That's a problem. Okay, this is one of those like do as I say, not as I do like coding things. Hey, there we go. Fixed it. It's only billboarding on one axis though. I think we needed to pick the other option there. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. It's perfect. It's perfect. We clearly don't need to do any player name sanitization on that at all. Nothing bad could possibly happen. No one would ever do something like, I don't know, an ASCII dick or something on there, would they? That's players just are way more mature than that. Certainly. Certainly wouldn't be a problem. Let's get another client in. Problem for future Kiri? Okay. Problem for future Kiri. What? Oh, oops. Can actually spell, that would help. Honestly, that's like surprisingly readable. The fact that it by default has like this outline on it is kind of cool. But yeah, you see the names are syncing just fine. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, this is coming along well enough that I'm having a hard time coming up with the next thing to do, because usually I'll do a thing and then I'll spend like hours like fixing it and making it work like properly, but things are just working. Though it is still very, very, very prototypey and we're still figuring this stuff out. All of this stuff is probably going to be rewritten before this is any kind of like final project. We had a third player. Yeah. Bam. Wonder how many players I can add before it starts having actual issues. Problem for future Kiri? Yeah, it's... The, sanitizing the names is a problem for future Kiri. I really need to go to the bathroom, but Thor is like... I don't want to disturb Thor, who's curled up next to me, and he's being like super, super, super cute. So I'm just gonna hold it for a bit. Yeah, so like, okay, so you see this setting the text on the label 3D is actually how the text label gets put into a position where it can synchronize back. This is a terrible way to do this. You should definitely not do this. Oh, wait a minute. There's a like a synchronization like function call thing, right? Yeah, okay, we're still missing part of the multiplayer API here. Because when that function comes in, I want to store it on the player, but I want to then modify it on the excuse me. I want to excuse me. I want to modify it on the label when it comes in. So properties, blah 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 blah. It must just be something that I can set. Is this just something I'm gonna set in the in like the set and get function? The bits of this API are really kind of obnoxious to put together. Or was it just the... Oh, you know what? It was that. Yeah, we have the optimized state presentation. Let me make a note of this really quick. I forget. Sync config, blah 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 blah. In this case, a good way to optimize state is a dedicated sync state. Maybe sync config has the thing for. Excuse me? Okay, it must be that replicator config right there. Unless... Yeah, okay, that's it. Guys don't spawn, blah, 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 blah. I'm actually noticing something interesting here also. There's not a way to synchronize some values to some clients and not others. Which means that if I were to make like an MMO using this, which that's not going to happen, I would need to have another way to send you your inventory or something like that so that other players can't look at it. Things like that. I would probably just use an RPC, sync it by hand, but... I don't see anything here that like indicates what client IDs do and do not get some. Oh, visibility update mode. Hold on a second. Specifies when visibility filters are updated. Visibility filter. Updates the visibility of peer according to visibility. If peer is 0, the default all peers' visibilities are updated. I do not know what visibility even means. Oh, visibility can be handled directly with blah. It doesn't tell me what visibility actually means in this case, because like I don't think they just mean like hiding objects, making them invisible. I think this could possibly mean like objects getting synchronized or not across. Gotta get going? Alright. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. The pure visibility synchronize. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do a Google dot for synchronizer visibility. The visibility system will be discussed in a separate tutorial. Alright. Back in February, so I think they may have added more than that. Let's check the blog. Oh, dang it. That was the last... That was the last thing that has multiplayer in the title. All the rest of this stuff. And this just has, like... This just has the same things for visibility. Oh, wait. We'll handle nodes according to visibility of synchronizers as long as the node at root path was spawned by one. Adds a pure... I still don't know what visibility means here. Oh, wait. Oh. Here we go. Who is this person? We got a gist on GitHub. Visibility. Okay, here we go. Visibility determines two things: whether a multiplayer synchronizer is active and replicating, whether a node is spawned on other players' clients. Visibility is interesting because if you don't have an authority over the multiplayer synchronizer, it is ignored. Okay. It's important because if you're trying to hide nodes on other clients while letting them also have authority over the synchronizer, the server will not change the node. Blah, 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 blah. Two separate synchronizers. The one called spawn sync is a host authority. Blah, 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 blah. And both these sync is full spawn sync. Blah, blah, blah. Node path. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. That is not sufficient to hide the player's inventory, unfortunately. I just want to like synchronize. Okay, you know what? I actually really do have to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna very carefully, very quietly try not to disturb Thor, who seems to be asleep right now. And I'm gonna go to the beer. Nope. All right, I have returned, and Thor actually stayed in his spot too. Means I successfully did not disturb the cat, though he is awake now. Which maybe counts as tripping the cat. I don't know. Answer. Oh, that's for our PC. Okay. Right. So it looks like we're gonna have to send in like any private data for a client over. Oh, oh, thank you so much for the follow, Malarthy. Got it. First try. Nailed it. Yeah. Okay. So, visibility. Blah 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 blah. Think. I'm still kind of confused by this, but I suspect we might be able to use it to hide entities that are far enough away from the player. Hey, Val. Oh, and Thor's getting up. Every time I look at my code base at work, that's a mood. Yeah. I guess visibility is really actually made to refer to the visibility of a node? That really, is it really a visibility thing? That can't be. Visibility for here. Oh, hey, here we go. Set visibility 4, add visibility filter for ways of configuring fine-grained visibility options. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we could probably do a distance check in the visibility filter. Check. Save. Aw. It's comfy up until I start screaming and ripping my hair out, but up until that point, it's comfy. At least Thor thinks so. Thor is my cat. One of my two cats. The other one is predictably Loki. Shoot, I lost the duck. I was so close to understanding it. Gone. There we go. There we go. Add visibility filter. Filter should take a pure ID and return a bool. Okay, so oh. Hello, Emery the developer. Once threats of violence or the Silicon Store, all bets are off. I wouldn't threaten the Silicon. Like, some of my best friends are computers. Like Val here. Hello. I'm doing some Godot for anyone curious right now, I'm doing some Godot multiplayer stuff. I'm figuring out the new multiplayer API. And yeah, we're just like auto syncing a bunch of stuff across, figuring out how to like filter that data, blah 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 blah, you know. All that good stuff. So it looks like we'll be able to filter visibility of objects based on let's do it based on distance. Let's just do a thing. Yeah, I'm about to make things really messy, just FYI. Yeah. This is gonna get really nasty. All right. Ability. Yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the node right above this one. So get node. Again, this is really messy prototype code, so try not to judge me too hard, please. Our other players. Get node. Not. Get friend. Or player. Players. If player dot. What is? No wait, the player input is actually what stores the player ID. Player ID equals E, and then we do a distance check. And then break one way or another. Wait, what was it? It was gonna return a bool. Okay. Let's do a distance check. Let's say if it's more than 5 units away. If player dot form dot origin dot length is less than 5. Otherwise, return false. All right, that'll do it. 3:50 a.m. Oh goodness. Make sure you're getting enough sleep. All right, let's shut down all these plans. Boop, boop, boop. I gotta make this window smaller. It's a little gigantic for this. All right, start the server. And start the client. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, we skipped a step there. We didn't actually set the visibility filter. There we go. That ought to do it. Okay. That only matters on the server, I think. So we're gonna mute. Okay, great. And then start up another client. Okay, and then if we move far enough away, Oh, hey, that is very convenient. Look at that. Pops in and out of existence. And I think, oh. It's working, but it had an error. Didn't have an error? Oh, this one did have an error. I wish it would show me where in the code this came from. It can show me in, like, the C++ code, but not in the... Yeah, this error message is still really... but that visibility filter does work. I think. Unless that was causing that error message. Oh, unless this is the error message that wouldn't make any sense because the multiplayer synchronizer is right there. Part of the scene. What's going on? Doesn't happen on the server, interestingly enough. Alright. Up. Okay, so the first client is fine. Second client. Also fine. Fine. That one's not fine. But the two clients and the server have no errors on them now. That's so weird. Music die again? I gotta keep restarting that? Alright. Okay. Alright, apparently my audio normalization attempt did not actually work. I tried to synchronize, like, all the overall audio levels for all of these, the MP3s that I use for background music, and that's, yeah. It didn't work. It failed. I failed. I failed you all. I'm sorry. This visibility filter is great. Yeah, we should definitely use that. Let's... Where's my notes? So can we add visibility filters for individual, like, things, though? Add... So, this looks like it just works for the entire object or not. Yeah. Get visibility 4, and then appear ID. I guess, you know what, because we already have two multiplayer synchronizers, we could probably add another multiplayer synchronizer just for a player's, like, private information, and then add a visibility filter to that filters that down to just the player's private info. That's, like I said, things like personal inventory things and stuff. I think that would work. Yeah. Something got, like, really hot in here. Okay, well, all this code is still a disaster. Oh, wait, no, there it went. Hold on, there's the error. Oh, wow. Oh, those errors are just racking up, aren't they? Okay. There's clearly something that's, like, referring to the nodes that have been blinked out of existence here. I wonder if the player input and the synchronizer both need... They probably both need the visibility filter, don't they? Alright, let's try this. No reason that we should be syncing input for something that doesn't... Server? No, it wasn't. Okay. Okay, client number 1. Client number 2 can now not move. Wait, client number 1 can't move either. Neither of them can move. Oh, okay. If ID is, 1 return true. So we're gonna synchronize to the server, but not to other players. Yeah. Okay, that works now. That works. And there's our errors. Failed to get cached, blah blah blah, player input, blah 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 blah. But here's an interesting thing. It only happened, like, the once. So it's no longer calling it over and over and over again, which makes me think that maybe, like, this, it removed the thing from the scene. Yeah, it removed it from the scene, but it was still trying to run this player input code. Because yeah, there's only the one player in the scene now. But I guess this. Still trying to the other player input, like the player input node was trying to tick or something. That's weird. Actually, wait a minute. Let's back up a little bit. Why are these able to hide the object? They shouldn't actually be able to hide the object. There's nothing in them telling them what the root object is. Ah. I could make the visibility process in the physics tick, which would probably be after the other one update. No, they would. They're both gonna be. They're gonna be updating like. This is confusing. Hey, Jenin. Thor is currently asleep on the other side of the room right now. Oh, interesting. There's a synchronized signal on the multiplayer synchronizer. Let me add that. I like pooped. No, I'm doing all right. I'm just like trying to figure out what's going on with this. This is spewing out errors. It shouldn't be. I have two multiplayer synchronization objects uh, on the same like node hierarchy, which like one is for syncing player input to the server, and also to other players, I think. Right? Yeah. The other one, wait, is it actually syncing the input state to the other players? It would have to be, or is it? It might not be. It might only be syncing player state to the server. Weird. We also have the multiplayer synchronizer that's syncing the velocity and position from the server up to all the clients. And there's this thing on them called a visibility filter, which makes it so that you can create a function that will determine if a thing is visible over the network. As you can see, so this is the server. This is what the server sees. It sees the two of them. I set up a really simple distance function. But as we get closer to this other object, it comes into view, like pops into existence, and then I pop into existence on the other screen, right? The only thing is, every time I do this, every time it pops in or out, it vomits out these errors because now the player input can't sync because the object has been removed from the scene. Yeah. So like I'm loading all the synchronization filter stuff. Like I put it on just the multiplayer synchronizer and it made the entire tree go away. And it's like, how is it, why is it that one instead of like the other one? But I don't know. This is confusing. Like we need to have multiple synchronizer objects in order to both synchronize stuff to the server from the player and synchronize stuff back from the server to the from the player to the server, and also from the server to the player. And also then we're going to have to add other synchronizer objects on top of that just to contain any like private data that the player has, things like the player inventory and stuff like that. Which means that we would have like at least 3 multiplayer synchronizers per player object. Which, you know, if every one of those is capable of hiding the entire node tree, which one of those do I actually load that functionality onto in a way that doesn't make the others vomit out errors every time they go invisible? It's a complicated problem, what I'm trying to say. Huh. All right, so the question is, has anyone else dealt with this issue? A little bit more precise here. Oh no, nobody's dealt with it. I guess nobody's used the visibility feature that much. Huh. It's got to be. Wait, no, it's. I would say it's got to be like sending both the player input and the multiplayer synchronizer have the visibility filter on them, so they should both be hiding at the same. If one of them has stopped updating, then the other one should. Something I'm missing here. For something else. There's like in that one, that gist that someone put up. Visibility filters need to be applied for to both of these. Okay, state sync and spawn sync. So I guess we could just like turn off the state sync on. No, it's so confusing. It's so confusing. If you use the Area 3D's area exited and area entered signals along with collision masks to only apply to players on the host, RPC, to the peers, whether or not players should. Public visibility is off, and none of their synchronizers have a node path the same as the root. One of them spawned by multiple spawner, the nodes will be visible. So it's spawned by the Oh, okay. So it's talking to the multiplayer spawner somehow. It's got to be. Or oh wait, hold on. Ah. Yeah. Okay. So they both have their root path set on them. And hello, Most Wanted 38. How you doing? They both have the root path set on them. If I unset that, what happens? Does it break? Oh goodness! Oh goodness! Oh, look at those errors! Look at them! Look at them rack up! Oh god! Oh geez! Oh heck! Ignoring sync data. Blah 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 blah. Okay, not modifying the client and not the server is kind of not correct. Let's not do that. So I've unset the player inputs root node. And now, yeah, it doesn't, no one. Ability update. Ability. You just turn that off, right? As far as visibility players are updated. Close Godot for today. Godot is good. I like Godot. Oh, also, just to be clear, the avatar that you see before you is actually rendered in Godot. I'm working on some custom VTuber software, which is getting really close to an open source release, but right now I'm getting distracted by playing around with Godot multiplayer stuff. I think I can actually show it off. Oop. This is the software. Oops. Oh, didn't want to touch that button. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, you can add, like, throw in objects and all kinds of stuff to it. Add face. This is how the redeems work. They actually, like, the Twitch API is all hooked up with it and everything, so. Want to experiment with VTubing stuff? Nice. Alright, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back over there. Yeah, so I am using some third-party software. I'm using, right now the setup is, OpenCFace, BCFace, a Windows laptop running, the Leap Motion drivers, a Leap Motion, another copy of VCFace running on the Windows thing, and then a Python script that I wrote that filters the VMC data, and then Snick Studio, which is my own software. It's a lot, but I'm cutting it down. So MediaPipe stuff is looking really good now, and I'm trying to switch over to MediaPipe for all of my face tracking. MediaPipe is Google's like face and hand and pose recognition stuff. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use the MediaPipe library as like the backend for a lot of my tracking stuff. They just introduced a lot of like face blend shape tracking and also 3D transforms for the head that are tracked, which is like great for VTubing stuff. And now, right now, I'm just trying to get the hand tracking working really well. Oh, thanks so much for the follow, Ragna. Um, and Most Wanted, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to get the hand tracking working with MediaPipe because no matter, it's going to be a downgrade from the Leap Motion tracking. Probably it's not going to be as good, but it'll be using entirely open source software that runs natively on Linux. So that's an improvement. Oh goodness, it will be better than the hand tracking here. It's just not. My code isn't there yet. I'm still experimenting with it. The problem with the hand tracking is it doesn't give you the hands in any coordinate space that's relative to the head, or it doesn't give you them in world space. It gives you them in a coordinate space where the origin is like the center of the hand, which is like not not super useful to me. It's actually really bad. So getting it like just getting the hands relative to the head and then just letting IK do the rest, like that's kind of my goal right now. And I've got some tricks up my sleeve for it, like taking the screen space size of it and trying to measure things based on that, see how far away it is. The idea is to do it all inside Godot. Yeah, I tried doing that. I spent a lot of time doing that. I even I wrote my own face tracker. And I had my own data set that was trained entirely on my face that I had like individually like laid out all the feature points for and trained it and did all the gesture, all the blend shape recognition, and just like I did everything. I did everything in it, and it worked. It was just really slow and janky. That's why I'm on OpenCFace right now. Anyway, still having the issue with. Yeah, it's a pretty big tool chain right now. Once the MediaPipe stuff is in theory, it'll be the Godot project and another process that it kind of invisibly spins up in the background. Just like a little background process that it makes on its own. I'm still probably gonna have the VMC support though, because that's important. Yep, self-made in Blender. Here, let me show it off. Ow! What? It's like I have to have like at least the first little bits of the scales down there showing, otherwise people don't get the fact that that's not just a tail back there. That's my entire lower torso. Yeah, right in the face. ADA Evelyn. I That's a League of Legends thing, right? I haven't played League of Legends. I'm sorry. Let me look it up. Ooh, she's pretty. All right, I'll take it. Okay. We were still fighting with the multiplayer synchronizers, right? Yeah. All right. That. Fire up the server. Add a client. Under client. Name. And then the moment I move away, that's when the errors start. It's like okay. What I think is happening is the visibility filter running on the clients. Hmm. Hmm. Oh no. I'm using Godot 4's new like built-in replication support. I've gone down the path of doing stuff with like the RPCs like directly. I set up my own entire like automatic synchronization system with RPCs, and it was a nightmare to maintain, and nothing worked right, and it was going to be terrible. And now I'm just going to rely on Godot's like existing synchronization system, and it's going to be a lot better. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Uh, this. Yeah, trying to use Godot's like RPC stuff is kind of that's the path of insanity. Oh God! Oh heck! Wait a minute, isn't it's still synchronizing for? Oh, it's still synchronizing for several frames after that. What is calling that? Like I don't even know what our actual hierarchy looks like. We only have the one player object, so what is even referring to that player input node? Closed issue. Oh, it a perfectly reliable, minimally producible bug as it occurs in the official example, the multiplayer bomber demo. Nice. These I guess the visibility filters just aren't gonna work, are they? This is definitely gonna be unrelated. Oh, I hate it. I really hate it when like you search for something on Google and it shows you like the quote, the thing that you searched for in the summary of the page, and then you go to the page and it's just not there. That should be illegal. False advertising. It's just not gonna work. It's gonna keep spewing out those errors because yeah, it's gonna keep spewing out those errors, just because like it can't find the other object. Uh, Trying to update it anyway. We didn't do it on the multiplayer synchronizer, but we did it on the player input instead. That would actually wait a minute. That might work. It's stupid, but it works. It's stupid, but it might work. Sorry. It's stupid and it might work. Oh, whoops. Gotta actually start the server first. Oh, I have no name. Whatever. That's interesting. What? 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 Now the visibility filter doesn't work at all. Okay, it only works when I set it on the multiplayer synchronizer and doesn't work when I set it on the player input. What? These two things are set up basically the same, except that one of them has a script attached. I don't have to, like, do I have to explicitly call the... Gonna be really... This is gonna be really weird if that's what it turns out to be, because I don't think I've had to do that normally. Existing function call process. Okay. Existing function ready. Okay, yeah, that's not it. Ah. What if I bet if I move it up above here like this, now it'll work. I bet you. I'm not actually betting, but because I think that would violate Twitch rules. But you know, it's gotta be it. What? Multiplayer synchronizer at path blah 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 is unable to. That is such a long error message. Copy error. Okay. Accessories. It's like a novel. Okay, that's. Path blah 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 is unable to process the pending spawn. Says no network ID. Might happen when changing the multiplayer authority during the ready call. Oh, wait. Back. Authority of multiplayer synchronized enter trigger the spawn test. What? All we did was we. All I did was I moved it above the thing. And now it's fine. And now neither of them. Ah, well, that's confusing. Oh, wait a minute. The multiplayer synchronizer is... It actually has a replication thing set up for the player input ID on... Or the player ID on the player input object. So by having that... By having that... By having that first, it was executing this stuff first, but then it would hit this code. It wouldn't hit this code actually at all because it wouldn't have been synchronized by then. So like the order of the multiplayer synchronizers really matters. Oh jeez. Well, that's nightmarish. There's got to be a better way to do this. What if we synced the... We sync the... Can we... Can we sync the public visibility? No, wait, can we sync the... Ah, this is so confusing. Ability for an ad visitor, fine grain options. Is... What if we made... Okay, I'm gonna try something and it's gonna be really dumb. This what I'm gonna try should not work. What if... So first of all, let's just swap these. Swap them like that. That's probably not going to change anything. The thing that I was going to do though is ability filter, copy and paste that. Call it visibility filter 2, and I'm going to set the distance here to smaller. Player input will stop updating for the multiplayer synchronize. This is definitely not a finals way to do any of this stuff, though. Oh, nope, there's the error still. Heck. Heckin' dang it. Just don't know. Why is it still trying to update that player input? The multiplayer authority is set on... This is... I just do not get this. Oh, I know why the visibility didn't work. I know why the modifications to the visibility didn't work on this. And that's because the thing that was setting the visibility was the server when the client has authority. So... Right. What does that actually mean for us? Should these things even exist on, like, other clients? They probably need to exist on clients. Okay, so wait, hold on. No, we should set the visibility filter. Set the visibility filter if we What? Wait. This is only setting it on the... You know what? If we... Let's just set it everywhere instead of just on the server. That'll make it happen, like, on all clients, no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, let's see how that works. We tried this before, and then it had an error, but... Oh! Whoop! Whoop! And no errors. Okay. Okay, okay. I'm gonna add a note. But remember to make, sure it's same across everything. Had a bug. I gotta document this, or I'm gonna remember. Okay, so I had a bug where, what was going on there? The filter was only set on server. Clients still tried to update. Visible. Wasn't even errors. Solution. Clients should have the same. Okay, that's all that problem. We are actually at the 4-hour mark, which is when I usually wrap up the coding streams because my brain is mush by then, and today is no different. So I'm going to go ahead and figure out someone to raid. Oh, we solved that little problem. And I'm going to send you all on your way. So, let's see. Who are we going to raid? This is a person we raided pretty recently. Not a whole lot of people that I'm, like, super close with. Let's trade, you know what, let's trade Code Channel. She's cool. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thanks for gifting us up to Nightbot, Janie. Now we can actually have, like, a properly functioning raid message. But will it work? Or was the gift sub too late? It's a race between OBS being slow and Twitch's backend API being slow. There we go. Oh, actually works. All right, let me select the damn thing though. Come on, OBS, let's go. Let's do it. Rock. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for joining me for this mildly traumatic coding stream. It looks like we got all the issues sorted out that I think I need to sort out to call this API actually like usable and complete. It's going to be tricky going forward though. We got a lot of notes that we got to keep in mind when we're doing this, but I think we could have some fun with this. I need to get back to working on the face tracking stuff, but excuse me. Need to get back to working on the face tracking stuff. Unfortunately, working on face tracking stuff on stream is super scuffed, especially when you're running two separate face tracking solutions at the same time. So we're probably not going to be doing any media pipe stuff on stream unless I go PNG tuber for those streams, but we'll see. Morning art streams starting again on Monday, of course. So I will hopefully see some of you there, and hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening, however much longer that lasts. So, all right, have a good one. Bye. Come on, I pressed the button. Let go of my... There we go.